Video drivers. Output. Fail.
All around the world, farmers know farming is an art. Like life, we know it can be hard. And it can be surprising, too. But sometimes it's about being at the right place at the right time.
One is back. Yeah, I've got the vertical. Something wrong. I have to update something. All right. I dream. All right. Yep. There we go. All right. Let's check that. There we go. Should be good for a All right. Load. Something kicked streaming, causing some issues. There we go. Great. Uh, if there's a just compass heading dynamic. Precision farming. Precision. Yep. And let's give it a shot. Store. Okay. Go. So yeah, we're gonna go to Southwest Manitoba today. if we works. It's gonna take a moment to load the fresh map. I thought I had saved it, but I didn't. So we'll have to get ourselves some equipment. I think I'll spawn in right at the shop. Which is where I should want here. You also need a mod for this, especially if you use like all of the DLCs or mods with other fill types. I think there's like a fill type limit, so you need to expand that fill type limit with a mod off hub. So I think there's a couple there. So I'm giving myself $1 million start with the equipment type of start. Need to bring your cash. Unless you want to start doing contract story. Leave my first field is poppy. I'll let it compile the shaders and then we'll be good to go. Filing shaders. Yeah, so if anyone wants to have music during the live stream, check it out. Check it on Twitch, sorry. Have a track. And so change the name. Should auto drive generator route network. The traffic and help data. At the job. What we have in town. Prairie. A tailor shop. A dairy. Another bank. Zach. Center. There. Ben? Yep. Preservatives. Those effect. App. Oh. Sugar mill. Agra pig and grain. So those are the yeah, but This is my prop. Bit. Prop. Onion. Oh, good God. Are you kidding? Uh, Rubbish. Have like you have 40. Have a dairy too. The township way down. Have some custom ones. Rye, milk, ale, over custard flat. Silage, drink, bitch, coffee. Hell, I think I fine. Out there. Some proper. Something fine. Got it. Uh, but it's ourselves puppies. Yes, I had. All right. Oh, my microphone was muted. Sorry. Hi, welcome to the live stream. Talking to you about my. Welcome to Manitoba. So, jump off. I just bought my kit. So when I start the farm on this map, there is no kit at all, even for a starter farm. Make sure you give yourself some money. You start on the map. I'm gonna try to make it out to my farm, which is way out in the middle here. Yeah, it was muted, and I was like, I'm talking. Well, I saw you commenting, but you weren't commenting on what I was saying. There's something wrong here. I noticed that my microphone was red, which it did. Okay, answers that. Yeah, so I just started the map like 15 minutes ago. I had some technical difficulties, so I started a little bit late. I think I've gotten that sort of sorted out. We are on the Manitoba 4X map by KrazyKanuck's. And this is based on a real place. So, the 4X map. And it has a lot of large fields. A little larger than like and there's different crops too. We've got all of the standard crops, but then we got rye, alfalfa, spelt, triticale, kale, clover, mustard, buckwheat, field grass, that is silage, which is corn, green rye, fetchy rye, mustard, poppy, millet, lavender, lentils, giant big miscus, I don't know, some sort of onion. Oop. Oh. So this is what Manitoba is like. It's very flat, large fields. It's central Canada for the most part. So most of our prairie provinces will look like this pretty much. And you have the Canadian Railway. And of course our grain loading dock as well. This is cool. Even the dirt roads are interesting too, because in rural parts of, well, most of Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, if you go out to the fields areas, you're going to have endless amount of dirt roads, just dirt roads everywhere. Unless you go on a highway. Probably some of those highways are dirt roads. Okay, I gotta figure out. Probably gotta go up the next road right up here. And this is the road. Hard to tell. We'll find out. It feels much like it's a 4X. And PV Rivers is a 4X map. But for some reason, this just feels way larger. To say. Maybe it's because there's a lot of flatness everywhere. I don't. Got fields over there. Have some sort of water here. I get a greenhouse and I also get like a small little cattle farm. Walks over there. The railway. Okay, how far? I have to head north. Oh, it looks like there's a. Is that just a fence road? I don't think I can go that way. Oh wait, there is a road. Sorta. You go from one bad road to an even uh, road that's even more dismal. This one's got like grass growing on it. So that might be a highway or a main road over there, where you get right down the grass road. All right, that's interesting. Yeah, this is gonna be crazy. So this series is going to have auto drive and course play utilized in it a lot, and a lot of a fleet of machines. We will end up doing that as I slowly grow. That will be. But for now, I'm just going to get familiar with the map, so I'm not going to get too much out of most of this live stream. I will be doing as I add more equipment in. So if I buy like another one, then I would probably look at getting like. Where's my farm? Right here. So I have to harvest all these poppies. Yeah. I'm gonna set this field. All of that done 5 times. Off. Save it. And it'll be fun to do lavender. Or how I'm gonna harvest that out. See how the lavender harvesting go. Oh. Oh. Okay, my property is next. This is my property coming up now. On the right. Could probably get started here if I want. Okay, let's see if this works. Gonna just cut off this entire edge, I guess. Working. This is where I'm gonna start my work, I guess. Once this little square corner gets done, I'm going to go run and get my tipper. Get this all squared up. Good to go. So Sunday I'll be on this map, and then on Thursday I'll be on Western Australia. So most of my live streams probably will be focused on large field. Large equipment, including Western Australia. That's very similar to this. And the other thing too is I am working with crops that I normally don't work with, so coffee plant, other crops that I've never touched before, lavender. I think the lavender is what sold me the most. I saw that. I was like, oh. Because I tend to talk about lavender a lot with my own personal home project. Not entirely full yet. But, can I bend that up? I hope I can get that over the trailer. I got myself a very large trailer, the Flegel. I don't have as many mods on here. I've got about 132. But that's less than Warcraft. This particular gameplay. About half full. We'll have a focus on versatile equipment which would be great. Which direction am I going? I think I'm gonna go clockwise. Wait, I don't get stuck. The auger, and hopefully get underneath the pipe. If I can't, it means problem. Okay. Let's go get my tipper. I got Oh yeah, the auto start thing. Yeah, turn the start on. So yeah, go to settings. I thought about doing the Ontario subway map, but I'll do something like a part of Canada, really, that I'm not really familiar with. So I went with this Manitoba map. I did look at Ganundantal, but then I thought, well, I'll give this map a little bit of love because I don't think I've seen anyone live stream. If I do a search for this map, I don't see. Well, I'll give this map developer at least some love. The Crazy Canuck. Get a. It looked decent. Mind you, the edge. You have to watch the edge. If you go off the edge, you go off the edge, literally. So it's not like the perfect map. Say, I experienced that within the first like 10 minutes of the game play or 5 minutes. The edge is like, oops, okay, do that. So go that. I don't like traffic. Turning traffic off. Uh, stop. Go auto engine start off. Dirt. Oh, I don't want fast. Fuel usage. I'll put it at low. Trailer fill. AI and they fill the buy. Spreaders do apply different amounts of fertilizer or lime on the outside. Speed dependent application spreaders on the ground if you drive too slow. Built that one. Wildlife crop damage, grassland damage. Field stones. I don't think I really want periodic plowing. Destruction. Well, sure. Maybe I might actually get a tornado. All right. Save. We'll go get our tipper now. All right. Turn it off. Yeah. Back to versatile, of course. And legal. I should be able to tip into it, I think. Guess I put my can. Forgot to put the track up. Hit launch. Loading. You know, it was had updated. They didn't ask me to restart. Like, the beat factor soft. Yep. Turn it. If I have to calibrate it or not. Oh, it's not loading. Come on. Let me just hit quit on that. I'll reload it again. Oh, forget it. Go. I don't have to worry about traffic too much. Put that on the back. Yep. This should go a little faster than the combine. So I'm definitely intrigued about this this map for sure. Good fun. Different change of scenery too. So this will keep me busy for a while, I think, doing fields on this, as they are huge. PV Rivers has large fields too, but that one is designed with like a mixture. So around the main farm area, you've got your normal size PV River. But out here in Manitoba, everything is just a huge field. So and most of my gameplay, I haven't really gotten into like anything too big, great fields since I started with Farm 5. I thought, well, if I'm going to start I'm going to make sure that the maps that I'm doing requires me to go big compared to PV Rivers, because PV Rivers, my focus is a little different. It's more on the supply chain aspect of the game. It's not, I don't play that map for farming particularly. I play PV Rivers for building up the supply chain system that is built into them. Right? So that's what it was designed for. So that's what PV Rivers has. Dajnet enjoys Satisfactory. He likes SimCity. He likes those types of games. So when he builds a map, focus is mainly on supply chain and distribution and stuff. He's done some pretty crazy stuff over the years since Farming Simulator, 17? So that's different. Whereas this one is, this is Manitoba. Going to be focusing mainly on big fields, big equipment. This live stream is my first live stream on the app, so I'm just going to do it myself. And as I build up revenue and I buy more equipment, we're going to start moving into doing auto drive, course play, multiple machines operating field, that sort of thing. Seasons is shut off, so that means I'm just going to plant right away. I'm going to seed hops, all sorts of stuff. So it's going to be great. Hello, David. Welcome in. How are you today? You're going to get an 8R? Right now, I'm versatile. I'm a versatile guy. I'm not a John Deere fan. Sorry. Wait, I think I missed my turn. Damn it. Yes, I did. Dang. All right, into the swamp, everybody. Like marshland here. Can you what? I don't know what you're saying. This is... thank you for the follow, Eka. Welcome in. We're almost to the field. So yeah, we're going to do some big stuff on. I'm excited. I like the marshlands on the left and the right field. Like the water right there, the ponds and everything. So yeah, I definitely can grow to love this map, I think. This looks great. The realism looks great too. I like the fact that, you know, I'm like on a poorly maintained road right now, like where the field is sort of growing into the roadbed, and then some of the main roads are just simply dirt roads. I think that's fantastic. Nothing beats that. You guys play this map, or are you guys from Manitoba? Canada? Any of you guys? Oh, look at that. I didn't notice that. I have like a water crossing. Wait. Hope I didn't go past my farm. Oh, up ahead. Okay, I'm getting paranoid that I went too far. Hey, let's boogie woogie here. I gotta go make it all the way up here. I'm just parked up here. Get get everything going. This is great. And here's another little pond. Go. Hopefully there's fish growing in there. You can't go wrong with that. Okay, and then here we are, another main road. So yeah, I just love this. Oh, there's like a little fence opening there. This is my neighbor over here. pull into my field. So I already cut this out for those of you just joining now. Live stream. I just opened this area up. There we go. Crazy. All right. So we're going to put this up to maybe, I'm going to put it at 4. Headless. Oh, I probably should check to see if I can empty this. Because I was worried whether or not the pipe on the next hat would actually make it. Oh, that stuff looks like, man, that's black stuff. Crazy. This is poppy, everybody. But it is. Poppy seeds. I guess it's poppy seeds. Looks about like poppy, I guess. There. Fantastic. Anyone eat lemon poppy cake? They're just great. Well, the little black seeds on there. Kidding. Collect here. I have a 20,000 liter bin. And just getting started here. Field. Nope. Looks like I have some lakes in the middle of my field. So I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 at least that I can count so far on this side. So there's a main entranceway which we'll be reaching in a moment. And that's my driveway to my farm. And then on the other side of the driveway, I have more field to harvest with coffee. To be great. I'm just going to carve right through here and get all set up. I have no clue what that field is made of. There's spam. Eventually I will need to get a seeder. I'll probably do a small conventional seeder. But on some of the fields on here, I probably will want to eat hawk. Field 10. 10 is a large one. So yeah, so this is all. Yeah, there's a lot of water spots, so there's like 6. sort of 7, 8, 10, 11, 11 water access property. But yeah, there's a lot of little lakes on all of the fields. 32 is like crazy. Look at that. There's a lot of lakes on. Gonna have some challenges then when it comes to, especially with course play. Course play has some issues usually with going around islands and stuff. Have to see what happens, I guess. But for now, just my own ingenuity with the next set and just do harvesting myself. So if you're just tuning in for the first time, please hit the follow button or subscribe button. Definitely help me out. I plan to do a 24-hour live stream if I hit my bonuses or my goals. Be good. All right, so this is their main roadway. That'll be my main access point. How I get into the farm. And then up ahead there, I've got like a house, and I've got a garage, and I have a straw silo where I can store hay, straw, sort of stuff. We'll see more of it as we get around it. Looks like I got like some trees there as well. Also, there's a cow pasture. With no cows in it, you just get the cow pasture, and then there's a greenhouse as well. All right. That's the greenhouse there. I'm gonna cut corner. Cow pen right there. Looks like there's a light in place, so it gets dark. Maybe I do have cows. They look young. Looks like little cows. Okay. Oh, nope, they're cows. I did not know what cows. We'll let those. I'll make our way around here. So trees, I have some trees. Oh, I'm full. I back up quite a bit, I guess. I think I'll go. I think I can probably get there. All right. I think I have silos at the farm too. 40% full. Yeah, we're gonna have a full fleet of Plains and Prairie pack and versatile track. There might be a few others. I'm gonna hopefully get Big Boy. Use that full seed tender. Or air cart theater, sorry. He's You'll see more of the farm when we go around the corner. Well, sorta. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Here. Or tree line. First. So a little wood lot. Bushes. And then there's my silo. I'll have to buy an auger for that. I might need to buy an auger. And then I have my house, my shed, a kids' play area, and then this is for storing straw, okay? My greenhouse, so that's pretty much my property. Not very large. This is the other side of the property. But go up along the driveway again on this side of the field. I also have the wind mod that allows the field to, you know, get pretty windy. That's why you can see all the bushes going quite a bit. Manitoba and Saskatchewan and Alberta, they can get some pretty wicked winds because there's nothing to block. It's just, you know, open area, right? So air can move quite quickly. Through the Prairie province. You get like winter cyclones sometimes. The winter on land. So create some of the nasty winter weather that you'll see. The silos, I think I will sell. I will put a different silo. Once my trailer gets full, the tip, I'll go into landscape mode and remove. I think is it 3 silos? See if I can free those 3 silos. I've also got wild boar active, so that'll be. And Canada does have a wild boar problem. So I think every part of the world actually has some sort of boar problem, no matter where you go, unless you're on like an island. But even islands can get boar too. So the human problem of bringing it to the island. Oh. Yep. Alright, this is already full, so sort out storage situation. We can those storages, silos. Take them. So these are going to get sold, I guess. And then I have gas pump there. This is the cow area. Greenhouse. I have my main house over here. Play area for the kids in the shed. Storage with nothing in it. Well, sell this. Hey, yeah, is that 5 million? Sunhold 16 million. I want eventually something like this, I guess. How much does that thing cost? That's 1 million right there. That's pretty there. And I put the right. Yeah. Fill and it here. Auger that I put on there. Oh, down the driveway. See this? Roadway is way up ahead. So go to the we'll fill up with the pot. be wild. So yeah, it's like endless fields, just completely flat. That's not uncommon in central Canada. It's definitely different from where I live in Canada. I live in the lower mainland, so a lot of mountains. But our fields are not this large in BC. There might be some fields this large, maybe northeastern British Columbia, perhaps on the east side of the Cascade. Those Cascade Mountains make up a large portion of British Columbia. From east of British Columbia, this is what you would pretty much see in Canada. Just flat, unless you go to the city. Pretty sure everybody city like. Must be my other side road, dirt road. I like the contours of the ditch. That's a neat effect. It's not a deep ditch either, too, so operate equipment on the ditch. But I do like the little ponds here. I think that's cool. Especially, almost every property has a little pond up here. So depending on wherever you start your gameplay, you get something amazing in regards to ponds. I will have to see what those cows need to eat. I don't know if they'll eat any of the specialty crops. Find out about that. I might have to split my field into segments or something, like partial crops here and there. Know what's the going poppy. My max value so far of the poppies is 90,000 at the moment. quite quite popular. I will need a truck. I will probably get a maybe a Load King setup, 2 trailers. I got rid of the one on Western Australia simply because the way the yard is designed on there, it's hard to get a trailer. Um, and I will probably go with a North American type style truck. I went with a European style truck, the Volvo on Western Australia, because there's, and even on TV Rivers, I've got them on there too. The benefit is that they're flat on the front, so it's easier to get into tight corners. Unlike most North American trucks that have that large engine compartment in the front, right? But I don't think I'm going to have so much of a problem here, unless I have difficulties getting in and out of the township there. Run into some problems, but we'll see. Try to go with the Low King. I don't think I'll have to worry about getting stuck too much. There's not a lot of hills. So that means I don't really have to think strategically like on EV rivers where like very powerful trucks to get uphill. Stuff like that. Also the ground seems to be hard packed stone. So the texture that's painted down actually has it packed. So if you have different material painted down for your road, right? If it starts raining, it can slow you down. Have those types of problems. So yeah, it should be interesting. I'm almost full. I'm at 88%. I think I'll unload right here. Because it, what I mean. So small little side ditch isn't right over it. Problem. No deep ditches. Fog. This was a good thing to... I got a dead tree. Nope. Oh. Looks like it's... Oh, I'm full. I have to head back to the farm, I think. If I can get at least past the tree line. Couple of these trees have to take out on this edge. Oh. If I can, I will cut across the field up here. It seems to narrow a bit. Way I can just take a different way. Let's see if we can do this. Oh, I can get straw from this. Wasted a bunch of product. Yep. We could have had a lot of straw. I didn't think pockets could be turned. Hello, Dozer. Good day to you. How are you? Up here. Working hard here. Manitoba, man. Harvesting poppies, and I wasted the potential for more straw. I'm tickled pink. God, I'm really excited about this map. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking, by the way. I wasn't too sure about it in the beginning, but once you start like working the map, it starts to grow on. I'm liking it. Back up. Go and drop this down. This way. Yep. So I think it's great. I like I said, I like the fact that it's so open. So it's going to be ideal for doing like a lot of big, large harvest, large equipment. It's going to be a good map for doing stuff. And there's aspects of it that I'm enjoying too, like ponds. The way it's been designed is and there's other crops too. Like I'm doing poppy. I don't. Most of the maps that I have, the two maps that I have that I play on, normally don't have poppy in it. There's not an abundance of different crops, so I have to try different crops time. I got some rye as well. Well, I don't have rye on my fields, but rye on cacao, and lavender. I'm looking forward to working. Trees get cut down. Right around. Oh. Might actually have to do some logging on this map. That looks of it. Well, chainsaw work anyways on this. Some of these trees are into the field. So, uh, not all of them. Not all. Some of them are fine. Have to go too crazy. Okay. Cool. And it looks like I need to go into the little gully over there. I expect that. I'll have to buy myself a windrower on here. What maps are you playing on these days, Dozer? This is another little pond by the look of it. So all I really need is a water tank. A little water trail back up into one of these ponds to fill up, I guess. And we've got a ditch here. It's cool. Looks like it's got water in it. Willow River at the moment. How are you finding it? Are you enjoying it? And did you just start it? I'm going to go right up to the edge here, or up to a point here, and then I'm going to back up and grab the rest of it, because there's no point going in it. So. Out here. And then I'm going to go grab the last little bit. This. Might as well take care of it now. Yep, I play that one too. I'm on the 4X Australian map. I will be on that on Thursday, which would probably be your Friday? I think it might be your Friday. Yeah. For Western Australia. Oh, Willow River is Australian. I got what all fixed up. Western Australia is not a 4X. It's a 2X. But I do hear good things about Willow River. I think it's a great... I've seen videos of it. And there is I think another there's a couple of good Australians that are out. I have given them some consideration to try, but I just have a soft spot for Western Australia, the map. That's why I picked that one. I played it in 19. It was like my first Australian that I played. Then I played Aussie No Man's Land. I did enjoy that. One of the maps currently out, I think, is Aussie No Man's Land, but they renamed it, and I can't remember which one it is. So I'm considering maybe doing that one. That's a 4X one too as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because it would be... think here. I have a hard time with the time. Let's see here. It's 4th. Or do you work in the evening? Yeah. Western Washington. Yeah. Western Australia. 4X 22 and 19 were good maps. Yeah. There was 2 versions. There was the 4X and there was the 16X map version. I played on both of them. And then I'm going with Farmer Bob's 2X map at the moment because, well, there is no 4X version yet of Western Australia. So I'm hoping... I can't remember who the original map author of the 4X is. I'm bad with names. So I don't know if he's going to bring a 4X or even a 16X version of Western Australia over. I hope he does. If he does, then I'll just jump onto that. I'll move my content from the Farmer Bob 2X version over to the 4X or 16. Nulla Creek. I think that's the one that is Aussie No Man's Land. So I'm thinking of looking at that one. Because I did play Aussie No Man's Land. Because that was I think that's the name of it when it was on 22. But then they decided to change the name, if I'm not mistaken. Because they didn't really want... because they didn't want to go with the name Aussie No Man's Land. It's in development? Okay, well then I'll just wait for that one to come out. I'll wait till the 4X Western Australia one comes out. I just enjoy it. I can't help it. So I will wait for that one to come out. And I'll just continue on the Farmer Bob version of it. Once the 4X comes out, I'll just sell everything that I've got on the Farmer Bob version and just transfer it all over to the 4X version when it gets released. Yep. Yeah, the Nula Creek one, I watched a video, and I think I distinctly heard that Nula Creek one is Aussie No Man, I believe. But they developed it more, basically, is how I understand it. Like, they put in a few more things. Like, so it's not technically a no man's land map anymore, because you can, you get starter farms and stuff, and I think that's why they named it Nula Creek. And, well, Nula Creek's a pretty good name. So I might think about doing that. Oh, I'm full. That's if I get bored on the 2X. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Especially if I get like really hooked into doing what I'm doing on this map, because it's a large map with large fields. Just decide to just upgrade my Western Australia 2X, another Australian map, that 4X. It's a great way to play around with big machines, multiple machines, stuff like that. I think that's what I like about it. And that's why I'm on the Montana map, or sorry, not Montana, Manitoba. Montana's in the States. This is in Canada. Yeah. So it's like, nope, I gotta some big equipment. Welcome in, Eric. How are you doing today? Or actually, it's good morning, I should say. Say good morning. How's the weather in Norway? Oh. I'll get back into this bad boy. So yeah, I'm enjoying the grain harvest and stuff like that. I'll have to consider Nula Creek perhaps. I'm going to look into the 4X version that you were talking about, though. I'm going to see if I can do search first, because I really would like to say on the question. I'll have to go to the Discord. call it? Go Facebook probably. Oh, turn it on. There we go. Get the poppies picked up. Everybody likes lemon poppy cake, right? Actually, there's some people like it and some people don't. There's some people that just like the lemon cake aspect and they'll just pick the poppy seeds off of the lemon poppy cake. Like, I don't like the seeds. I don't like the poppy seeds. Yeah. Start of your day, right? It's Monday for you right now. Monday. I've got a little, okay, I'm gonna do the same thing that I did before. Just gonna kind of clean this area up. Get it out of the way. This is gonna be like, this is gonna be hell for course play. I can tell already. Automation in here is gonna be a real. And this isn't even the worst of the fields that has lakes in it. I'll show you guys the map again. I've only got like probably 7 ponds, 8 ponds in the field. But there's some other fields that have worse water playing areas. So this is my field, right? So I got like 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 ponds on that one, but you try doing like field 32 here, where you got like nearly 20 ponds. I don't know how to make that. And I guess it gets worse over here. 20 field 27 has a river in the middle of it. I don't know how anyone would do course play on that one. There'll be a course play challenge when I get to doing course play. A reason for it is I think it's because, if I'm not mistaken, I think Manitoba is part of the Canadian Shield. So it was basically huge glaciers. And what had happened is when glaciers move, they have a tendency to tear up the landscape and stuff like that. So that's why you'll see, like, especially in Ontario, Ontario has a lot of small lakes and stuff like that. And it'll just grout it out. So you'll have fields like this everywhere. What happens is after you get these depressions in there and then the water just seeps into it pretty much. So crazy. So Alberta, I don't think is this bad. A bit better than and Saskatchewan. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Yeah. Monday all day long. Yep, all day long. I'm still on my Sunday for at least 2 hours and 15 minutes at least to dip into like Sunday. Or sorry, not Sunday, Monday. Into Monday. I'm not sure if it's going to get warm tomorrow. It might. So tomorrow's June too. So 1st of June. Approaching summer. I'm going to back up and grab this one row here. I got a plan. This. Something like that. I'll back up and I'll see if I can have the rest of this. Yeah, this is gonna be what? I still gotta get this windrow too. Have to buy a windrower. Go here. I'm probably going to leave it mainly untouched, the landscape, for at least one attempt with horseplay. And then if it, worst case scenario, if some of these little, I don't know, ponds or whatever become a problem, I might just go ahead and grab a plow and just make it part of the field. Not all of the ponds, just some of the annoying, I don't know how to put it, but figure it out. Oh, there goes a pig. Wild boar are on the loose here, trying to eat my pup. Away, you little porkers. There we go. I've got my first headland done. This is where I opened everything up at the end here, when I first started harvesting. I think what I'm going to do is just cut this area out entirely. Rock rolling. So, scooped up. Yeah, so I'm going to go around all this pond area and just sort of subtract this out of my workload right now. That would be a good idea. And then I'll continue going around the field over by the tractor. I might even clean that whole area out. I don't know. I noticed that there's another pond over there and it narrows out. Go here and then we'll go around. If I do it right, to make it nice and clean there. Trying to think the best way of getting all of this done. Put that up in the center. So there is a bit of a water catchment there, but it's just a dip. That's common. We get that in Canada, where it's just like kind of a gradual, like up here it's higher. Just go down a little bit. Up. We'll get these slight wide catchments. Then you can still, you know, operate your vehicles over them. We do have the narrow, deep ones as well. I think it depends on, you know, how much water you need. Like where I live, most of the time, for the most part, the crops are for silage, so grass and corn. So they will have larger, deeper catchment. Stop here and I'll back up. What do I want to do? I go that way. Try to keep things as uniform as possible. Not that it really matters too much because I will be coming in with a windrower. Pick this up. I'm eating up quite a bit of fuel, I noticed, but I do have a fuel tank at the farm, so not sure if there's fuel in it. We'll find out, I guess. Go forward here. I left a little bit behind, but that's all right. Phew. All right, now am I going to cut this side out too? That too. Put a duck cross. About right about here. I'm at 92%. So I think I'll do my second headland all the way around. I'll come back when I complete my second headland. I'll end up back over here, and then I'll probably clean this side up a bit more. I'm gonna have to stop. Yeah. I track pillar up. Might have to make a run to I can tip tab. I'm gonna have to make a run to the farm. This only holds 40,000. Trailer up. And it's a Fleagle. I love Fleagles. You're gonna hear me say that a lot on my live streams, so you hear that a lot. I like them because they push out. They're a push bed, not a high dump. That's why I like them. Which I will demonstrate momentarily. They get to the farm. I'm gonna shut off my combine. Have to come back. I've only I didn't get very much out of there. I got like 20,000 still sitting in there. Been around the pond and we'll go back onto the main road. And I will use the main driveway back. I think it's opened up. Have to skirt the edge of the pond. Maybe drive into it a little bit. Yep. Probably going to need to buy a snowplow for the winter. What month am I? August. I don't have to worry about a snowplow anytime. It won't be a lot of work. I just have to do the main road. Alternatively, unless I need to transit like large load into town or something, I might have some problem. Here's my driveway. I will probably be cutting some trees down, not in here, but along the fence line of my, or the border of my field. All right. So yeah, this is why I like wheels. Now for here, it's not too bad, but what I can do is I can take the entire fleagle into like a cow barn and empty straw in. If you high dump inside a barn, you're gonna have some problem. Sure, most of you may have experienced at some farming simulator career. One thing I would probably do, well, I can raise the rear gate. I haven't had any issues with it. But I can also hit U a couple of times and just have it go through the garage door. Right there. Which works for me the way, so a win. I'm just going to park right here, I think. And then there's about 30,000 years that can go fit to the combine. So I should be able to get over. I'm trying to. Yeah. Turn the power. Off we go. Just going to need to get that one mod that helps with the GPS that came out, what, 2 or 3 months ago? Sure. I had it in here, but I accidentally deleted it while I was trying to clean out some of the mods in the mod folder. So, because what I did was I took the mods from one of my other maps, and then I just decided to start cleaning out the mods, and I accidentally deleted that one particular mod. I've also gotten rid of the seagull mod. I don't like it. I'm sorry. No, that's some people enjoy those little rat tickets of the air. Flying rats of the air. But I decided to remove it. It's way too loud. And on Thursday for Western Australia, one of my viewers suggested a grain dryer. So at the end of last Thursday's live stream, him and I went ahead and got that installed. So Thursday I will probably play around with that. Get that installed. Also, I got a planter, so I have to sort out what I intend to plant on that particular map. Haven't really decided what it is. I can pretty much plant anything. I got season turned off, so I'm not. But I'm intrigued about the grain dryer because it will give me a bonus. Like when it gets dried, I'll be able to sell my crop for more money. And I'm also going to try to do some adjustments to the farmyard on this particular map as well. I'm going to see if I can delete the fence. Maybe oh, or better. Some of the buildings, or rearrange the farmyard. I don't know. Go into landscaping mode and try to figure out what I. But that'll be on Thursday. And this map, I don't, just kind of winging it. How I jump in the map, start having fun, get a feel for the land. And if problems or issues develop that I notice something I don't like, then I go ahead and I make altercation adjustments. I kind of already verbalized a few of them about pond structure in here, but I'm going to try to leave it as is, and I'll only make adjustments when I get into doing like course play on here. And if I start seeing course play like get confused, then I'll make some adjustments with the landscape. But I want to try to keep it as authentic as possible to a degree. See, I already know for a fact that there's going to be some courseplay mess ups on this particular field, and the other field. If it's not on this field, it's going to be on one of the other. But it's not until I see how things get mapped out and where the bottlenecks happen, that's where I can take a look and say, okay, well, I need to landscape this pond out versus that pond, right? But I need more money first. I don't have like a multiple combine, all sorts of equipment just yet. That's why I'm doing everything by hand by myself, which I enjoy doing. As for the trees, I'm not too sure. There's a few things that I can potentially do. So when I run the courseplay course, get to that point, I will probably do a ride along with the combine. I can do a field adjustment as well, so I can basically offset from the edge of the field. Just by working the edge of this particular field, I already know that I've got a significant amount of offset that I can actually work with. And if I do utilize that offset, I can probably get around the tree. The far fence line on this property, like straight ahead on the other side, there's some trees that are actually in the field. Those ones have. There's no getting away around that unless I landscape that part of the field out. And then for auto drive route, the main driveway will be a bi-directional route. So this stretch of the roadway here And then inside there, inside the actual farm area, I will probably have a loop auto drive route hitting most likely the gas bar or the gas tank so that my vehicles can auto refill on gas too. And then, of course, into the straw hayloft? Straw hayloft. And then, of course, the ground island. But so, not a huge elaborate amount of routing going on inside the main farm area because there's not a lot of buildings in there and there's not a lot of room unless you take out all those trees and put stuff in there. Okay. Another pig or hog. But I kind of like that little wood lot in there, so hopefully I don't have to do anything with it. This field that I'm on, maybe I might just decide to alter it altogether and put like different sections in it. I could do that. So, especially if I go ahead and I buy like another field. And that has option for food, produce. And I did not know that I got straw from poppies. I should have just put the I should have enabled straw swath right away, but I'll just leave it off. I missed quite a bit. That's why my headland on the left there is empty. But it's not until up here I decided to turn it on. The straw started fitting out. So those, I'll stick with the Agra silo that I put in there. Should do well. I would have tried to put that larger one in. Mind you, that would have eaten up a lot of. Oh. I think I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Oh, that's doing that. Let's see if there's any gasoline in here. I don't think there is any. Yeah, it's empty. And where's the trigger? Let's fill this up. It'll hold 15,000 liters. Oh. I might as well put more gas into this, or diesel. One thing that I like about this farm is there's like lights everywhere. And as you guys know, I do have a tendency to live stream in the middle of the night, the dark, right? So, like, I got a light there, I got a light over there, I got a light, 2 lights over by the silo there. So, there's even a light. Does the gas have a light? Yeah, there is one. Here, that big. Got the brightest light. So I'm all prepared for dark. It does happen. To work in the middle of the night. Usually on most of my maps, I'm fairly good at putting lights down, but it just depends on my start. If I am just like doing a bare start, right, with barely anything, I will not put lights. Have to deal with it and run with my vehicle. Okay. I'll go here. I'm just going to cut forward in here and then I'll make my turn. Done. Oh, I just love how that start makes that kind of scraping noise. Here. We go. Let's go take a look and see how much money we've made, or how valuable our crop is, I should say. So my first unload was like 60,000. I've unloaded a few times. So my poppies are worth 402,000. 402. Okay. I should have sufficient. I'm going to buy a load king and truck. Do the dual trailer thing. I'm excited about that. Get an North American kind of truck. So with the big large nose on the front, right? kind of excited about that. So far in FS22, I mean, I have used those types of truck, but for the most part, I have used a lot more the European style truck, where it's like flat and the engine is right under your butt, pretty much. Okay. On Western Australia, I've got a, and it wasn't planned, I've got a an electric truck. That's a European style truck, but it's electric. I'm keeping that one. That one's interesting. I don't know. I like the engine noise on it. It sounds different. That's all that I can say. I bought it not really thinking too much of it. I just went into the shop and bought a truck that was your style. Then I turned it on and I noticed the noise different with it right away. I was like, oh, wow, I like this. And then it wasn't until later on when I was discovering that I had to fuel up my other equipment 2 weeks ago. My live streams on that map, and well, I'm gonna have to start filling this up, I think. And I was looking at the gas gauge and was like, well, it doesn't look like a petrol or diesel symbol. It looks like an electrical. What the heck is that, right? Because I don't use electric tractors. I don't use electric vehicles when I play Farm Sim. And so I was mystified a little bit. And I was like, oh, I know what that is. It's an electric truck. So I was more fascinated with it than at that. Like, well, that's interesting. I didn't think they had any electric trucks. This is going to be interesting. So I'm keeping that truck on there. For one, because it's intriguing, and two, well, it's a flat nose truck too. That's another one. But the engine noise. And I don't know if it's made by Giants. I don't know. I never bothered looking into it. It's possible it's made by Giants. Yeah, I know it's a Volvo model. I don't know if any modder has opted to, make a electric Volvo truck. I'm going to be buying 2 of these next apps, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. Or I'm going to have 2 at least. So I'll have this one, and I'll have another one. But to get these, they're pretty expensive. And I'm kind of curious to see how Courseplay will work with the next app. I've used Courseplay like in a little bit in 25. I used it a lot in 22. A lot. 20. I've had a couple of tutorial videos I've done with it. I've used it in 19. So I'm gonna use it pretty soon. In 25. I'm curious to see how it'll function with the next ad. I have read that it does support the next ad. But supporting it and actually getting into actually utilizing it are two different, right? So anyone that plays with auto drive and force play will understand what I mean by that. Get collisions and things going all over the place. I will say that courseplay has gotten a lot better. I started using courseplay and auto drive in 19. And I used it a lot in 19. And it was a bit of a mess a little bit, but I still used it. Other people knew it was a mess and still used it. So, and then in 22, I noticed some improvement. Right? So it's an ongoing project, as I understand it, because I go to the GitHub and I read the comments in the Discord. I read the auto drive guy. Originally, what was interesting in just a little history. I'm not sure how back. Like I only started playing Farming Simulator, and I don't know. I think auto drive and horseplay was around in probably a few of the other older games, to my knowledge. But I don't know too much about how things were before. But I started using it in 19. I joined the community, right? I think during 19 there was a huge player base requesting that, you know, there be some more synergy between horseplay and auto drive. And I think at the time, the two modders that were making their mods, because there's separate modders, right? There's Stefan, I think, is the one that makes auto drive, and I forget the guy that makes horseplay. But at the time, they didn't know who they were. They didn't know about the other mod, or maybe they knew a little bit, but didn't pay too much attention to it. I think mainly because they were more focused on developing the mod, because there's a lot of scripting involved to get, you know, a behemoth like auto drive or horseplay to function, right? So I could understand how perhaps, you know, you might not even be aware that someone else is making something similar that might synergize with what you're building. But anyways, I think there was player base, as when we get a mod or something, we have a tendency to try to play with it or break it, see if two things will work together. I mean, I did that with the two train mods for 25, right? Like, well, it's easy mod, track system and locomotives, train cars all work with Ye's version of the train mod. Of course, put the tracks together, right? And it works, right? Same thing with night the time. So we're like using auto drive and horseplay together somehow. Um, but it wasn't like optimal, if I understood at the time, because I was reading comments and stuff like that from other posters. I was fairly new to farm sim, and I didn't want to stick my nose into anything. So I just read the comments, right? And the discussions that other players have that are posting on the GitHubs. Some of them had said, you need to get working with so and so, right? Vice versa for the other guy. And reading some of the replies from the modders. It's like, I don't know who that is. So eventually, I think at some point they're like, oh, well, maybe I should start with this individual, right? And they basically now share a public together, right? And they do somewhat collaborate a little to try to get their two mods to work together. I'm going to empty this out. So now we're at the point where they work fairly well together. There are a lot of great players that give fantastic sound advice. Part of them said, well, let's just have course play focus more on the field work itself, and let's let auto drive focus more on the routing aspect of it. Because in ninth, what was happening is that auto drive had some ability to do field work, but it was more proficient at doing routing, like going from point A to point B. Right? So some of the community members, the players, said, well, it might make it a little easier. You split the workload up a little bit, right? And you have the auto drive function, on optimizing routing, right? So that modder would do the auto drive aspect of it, the routing and everything. Now we got bidirectional routing. We've got curvatures in there. We've got other four-way sectional mods added to enhance auto drive, made by the same modder. So which is great. So he can focus on the routing aspect of it. Great. Then you've got the multi pickup and delivery functionality. You've got integration with, what do you call it, universal auto load to a degree to pick up pallets, stuff like that. I haven't been able to figure that out, but I've seen some German content creators figure it out to get universal auto load to operate with auto drive, pick up pallets and stuff. Some of the stuff that they've set up is kind of fantastic. So you have that, right? And then you've got the other modder for course play. He's more focused on optimizing, the route on the field, right? More equipment, how a tipper goes to and from the harvester, and adding in other equipment, like especially the next hat, right? So I think the synergy is good. Means that you can see more updates and more functionality come through with it, because you've got two modders focused on their particular aspect of the project. And that means that they don't have to do the whole thing, right? They don't have to compete with each other. They just simply have to, integrate or synergize their two mods, which means that they can optimize their particular part of the project and get updates out quickly. I will. And I don't know. There's a huge group. Like I said, they got a Discord. They integrated their Discord a little bit, so they're both in the same Discord. So they can answer questions about auto drive and force play and vice versa. So that, if there is a problem, right, you've got basically the ear of both of them at the same time, right? That way it's not like, well, that's part of auto drive. Sorry, I just do force play. You need to go over to so-and-so, right? So this way the conversation is in one Discord. People can question them. Because it gets pretty complicated. It can get pretty complicated. If anyone has ever used auto drive or course play, probably understand. back up here. I'll get the rest of this on the next pass, I think. Way over here. Because I believe I have 3 headlands set field. I'll get up to like the going rate is like 1.8K. It's a really good price. Yeah, that's a really expensive crop compared to like barley, which is like $700. Corn, you get quite a bit of money for corn. 1,000. 3,000. I think I wanted on this field. Rice? Oh, rice. Now that's the big buck right there. I think it's long grain that you put. Oh, it's the other rice. Mind you, those little things do zip around quite a bit, but I'd probably need a fleet to do it on here. Alright. So maybe I could put like rice paddy fields in these little ponds. Something I could probably consider. Or the weird areas. Consider. Have to buy new equipment for that. I'll just sort of focus things first. Get too crazy. I should look to see what it would look like. Like, could I cover those ponds and the main field with the with a rice pond? Like, would that work? Is that like 2 different landscapes? So, like, I could make it all square. Right? Like, I could merge those 3 ponds together and the parts of that field into like a rice paddy. Right? And then kind of square it up. That's another thing I could, instead of doing massive like landscaping project. And how I could do something like that. Same with the ones on the other side of this field. I could probably do the same thing. See, this is why I like kind of like just you know, when I start a map, right? Like, I don't usually have a plan right away. So I like to sort of just get in there and just get kind of a feel for the farmland that I have. Like, I know some people usually like, okay, well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get $2 million loan. I'm going to buy all case combines. I'm going to have a fleet of John Deeres and right. Um, and they've got it all mapped out. I don't work that way. I usually just jump on the map, use the base equipment that I have. Some of the ideas or concepts that I have in my mind are already there, so sometimes on some maps I may already purchase or have what I want. But most of the time I just jump into this, get a sense of what's going on the map. Yeah, sort of just work it and decide what I want to do. So, so when we get over here, I'll take a look at those ponds on this side of the map and see if I can visualize like a rice paddy pond that area. But like I said, I don't know if I can overlap on field and on those water planes. I don't, but it's worth giving it a test, right? So this pond here, I probably might leave alone. Okay. Go around the corner here. That's back up here. We'll go. The third headland is going to come out here. Oh. Oh. Go get our tractor. Oh yeah, way over. I'm gonna go empty this because I'm at 77%. How'd we go? So when I do the planting, I will probably split the field. So I will have like one crop on one side and a different crop on the other side. Unless I can buy another property. I do need more silage. Because I need like hay. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna empty. I need to start making like PMO. Feed my cows. I'm gonna have straw at least. Actually, I don't think I need bedding. I might have to buy like, I might just buy some TMR food or whatever from the store. If I can pilot. Just property. It. I'll figure. Yeah, so I'll probably buy like cow food. Buy care. I don't think I can. Nope. Sort of like it's a. Oh, very well did it. Crap. I could make this area more of a grass field. Part of it anyway. So just around the pond. I might try these 3 ponds here. I might try to make into a rice paddy field maybe. Yeah, so those three ponds. These 3 turned into some sort of rice. And then this area that I'm working in right now turned into grass. That's it. Just do mowing. Leave that pond alone. Leave that pond alone. Have all this area over here. Grass. And then over, and maybe along around that pond, grass. And stretch it over here. And then all of that side would be just right. Sort of thing it out. And then in there where all that little area is, I can just make that into a pond. Sorry, a rice field. What I might do. Already did this area already. Yeah, so then I'd have grass. Plan everything out. But always subject to change, as if I buy another field, well then that I won't have to put so much onto this field. Like that field looks pretty flat right over there. The pond's there. I wonder if you can use the max on coffee. Hey. So, they use a lot of MacDons in Canada. Swathing. A lot of swathing. Hit the wrong button again. To hit P. I don't. Oh, it does do Poppy. I remember that. You can even mow down Poppy to make forget what that other, so you can bale it. Well, guess I'll be doing MacDon pretty soon. I didn't think about that. I keep on forgetting it. You get more straw too, so. And I have a mod that allows me to put the pickup header onto the next app. I do have one of those. Oh, here, I forgot for my. Fantastic. Oh, I forgot to lower the header again. Definitely love the park. I'm at 535,000 so far. So I might, on this map, I might end up selling more via train. Because the train is a lot closer. And the access to the train is easy too. It's just like way over there, really. So I will, you come across the train first. For the most part. Might try doing train sales more, maybe. Which is common too in Canada. Yep. So when I come back on my next headland, I'll probably go around on what I think I'll end up doing. Around it in a circle. I'll probably clean up this area. But am I gonna get myself repositioned over here? I may have been able. I probably could have planned this out a little bit. I just finish up this part over here, I guess. Bring down tractor. probably use the main driveway, I guess. The wheels are wet. Not bad. So as you guys know, I've had, I don't know, the past year, a lot of bad luck with my streams with hardware and stuff. I'm thinking it's a Microsoft problem. So I usually read articles and stuff like that on like updates that Microsoft is doing, stuff like that. They added, I use Windows 11. And they incorporated a lot of Copilot stuff, the AI functionality, and a lot of the tools. I mean, a lot of them. Like, you open up Paint, you've got Copilot in there. You open up your desktop, right? You load into your computer. Bam, Copilot right there. It was even in Notepad. Kind of shocked about that. Like, I don't know why I would use Copilot in Notepad. But there it was. Paint and Photo Gallery, it's in there. I did enjoy having it in Photo Gallery, because there is some certain things, like I get some graphic manipulation, stuff like that, with images and stuff. So I found it handy that it was in there. It's still in there, so which is good. I was concerned we were going to take it out. Including in the gallery as well. So, because you can remove the background from images and do some editing that to stuff. You don't need like a big giant, visual graphics suite. So I find it handy for that. Need to do little touch-ups and stuff. With my thumbnails, I usually use the Copilot designer function. I'm usually in there. One part of my build for my thumbnails is usually done in. So, especially for background removal, I use that. Oh, forgot to lower my header. But anyways, they put Copilot in all sorts of things. They say, well, we're taking that out. That, because there was people upset that there was issues with the computers. I've read a lot of crazy things going on, including with video gameplay and video editing. Some people have like very expensive setup that I've seen complain about Windows 11, and seeing the type of setup that they have with their computer and everything like that. Like, there was this guy that had like a huge desk that's got like his computer's built into the desk. He's got expansion bays for hard drives and stuff like that, and I guess he did an update or something. He had like 5 monitors connected, and after the update, the 5 monitors wouldn't work. The video graphics driver wouldn't work at all. It was like the basic driver for Windows, so it couldn't power the other things. Anyway, so there was that's kind of the frustration that people I mentioned. Me, I didn't have it that bad. I just had I just knew that there was some performance issue. Right? Knew the system probably should be able to perform better. Right? Like scratching my head, like why is it happening? I didn't quite understand that. Well, maybe I'm because I do a lot of tinkering. Right? I a lot of setup. I do a lot of crazy stuff. I'm one of the first people in Farming Simulator community to do multi-streaming, which means doing vertical and horizontal, which takes a considerable amount of setup, right? And depending on how you're doing live stream stuff. So I thought, well, maybe I might have messed something up or whatever by installing something to allow me to multi-stream. Back all up, which is always possible. But recently, the past 2 months, Microsoft has been saying, well, it looks like we have made Windows eat up too much CPU. So they're talking about an update that will modify how your CPU will work, right? To optimize it. Whether it'll be good or bad, I don't know. It might make things worse, right? I read the description. A lot of people are upset that you can't load Windows in quickly, and I've noticed that. Just be a little bit slower than what it should be to load up, and open applications as well. Application open. So my understanding of the document, they want to throttle your CPU for a short period of time while you open up an application. So I thought, okay, well, my application opens up, right? But the thing is I started thinking, well, what if I'm playing a video game in a live stream, right? And I go ahead and I open up Notepad. Is that throttle going to, impact my live stream, right? Or is it going to impact my game? Sometimes open up Notepad to make a note, right? Someone says, hey, here, I'm to download this mod. I have a horrible memory. I forget things quick. I do remember a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that I don't remember as much as I used to. So, especially when it comes to name, I'm horrible with names. Awful, right? Like, as you know, I talk about mods and stuff, and I say, oh, the mod with the blah, 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 right? I don't give the actual name of the mod, right? I can't, right? Anyways, it's the personal issue. I'm pretty sure everybody. But anyway, so what I do is I try to create a notepad doc. Yep. Even sometimes when I create a notepad document, I completely forget to do whatever I was going to do. Document. Anyways, if I bring that up, gotta go in, load. Like, well, would that impact this thing? So I don't know. But some apps just don't open like they used to, right? I find it puzzling. A lot of people have probably said, yeah, there's something weird going on. And I think it's definitely related to Windows 11. I originally started with 10. I think F7. Can't remember. If I did have 7, I upgraded to 10. And I've always consistently done that for OSs. Never had any issues. I know other people have said, oh, I'll never touch this operating system at all because it's all buggy. I like Windows blank, right? I never really experienced too many problems. I thought, well, I'm eventually going to have to get that version eventually, right? Well, decommission the older version. So, and I never had any impact. But I'm starting to see things that are a little interesting or different. Update scheduling, I find puzzling. That I find quite too. Like you could used to be able to put off doing a Windows update. But now it's like if an update comes out, you better go ahead and update it now, or else something's going to break. It's not going to work, and that's what happens, right? At least that's what I have noticed. I find that updates tend to be a little bit more necessary. If I don't do them, I have more problems if I don't do them. Like out of the blue, if I don't update, then something breaks. Something doesn't work. So why that is, some say it's because you're no longer compatible with other aspects of your setup. Bunch of hoopla. I don't know. But as soon as I run the update and I get the updates done, bam. Now, I can't say that for everyone. The difference between regular everybody, not everybody does what I do. Like, I have a boom mic here from Elgato. I got Stream Decks. I've got a Logitech steering column. I've got 2 Thrustmaster joysticks on my desk. I've got the heavy equipment bundle from Logitech. I've got 2 Bluetooth wireless JBL headsets plugged in. Might be something else too. Right? And then I'm also live streaming. So I've got my OBS software. I've got my software that I do my graphics with. I've got my video editing suite. So most of the problems that I have is when I go live streaming, because that means I've got the vast majority of all of my setup operating all at the same time, right? So if I don't have them all updated or something, there's usually 1 or 2 pieces that just together something goes wrong. And so for me, I think it's more relevant that I do compared to other. If I was just, you know, maybe a headset, right, and a video game, I could probably get away without not having to do. Yep. Oop. I think. So someone that just plays video games, and they can have the most, sophisticated gaming setup. Right? They can do that. But I think even with the most sophisticated video, computer, they probably will have and they just game, that's it, and maybe do other things, watch shows. Maybe they use it for work a little bit with, business applications like Microsoft Word, whatever. Kind of wonder if they have as much issues as I do, because their systems they're set up, or the use of their people more simplified. So you may not necessarily have to do. I'm not sure. I think yes, because when I'm not live streaming, generally things will work. I'll just open up a game, start playing. Won't notice a dang thing, right? But as soon as I go live streaming, because everything has to work together, sticking together, that usually when I notice problems most. Sometimes it's with the individual devices too, like the Steam Deck as an example. There's little add-ons that you can use to make live stream work with everything. If anyone has seen the Farm Sim guys Steam Deck plugin for a farming simulator, you can and you have a Steam Deck and you understand it a bit, you'll know that you can do all sorts of things with that, right? You can get plugins for other games too, right? You can even create your own shortcuts, stuff like that, right? So it's a button mashing device, right? Now other people make plugins for that, not just the Farm Sim. There's others that make plugins for streamers, like to help us push a button and then an app comes up, etc. Some of those plugins, when they're proficiently made, they usually need a digital certificate to operate, just like any other application. And it costs a lot of money to get a Microsoft certification certificate, right? Or it's also something that you set and you forget, right? You only have to renew it a few years, right? So sometimes on the Steam Deck, I've had a couple of the plugins that I use go wonky because the certificates weren't up. And that just sort of throws things off. You have to unplug them and go without pretty much until they come up with an update or whatever. The other thing that I have is I use Wavelength software for my microphone. It's an Elgato microphone as well. And their most recent update with the Wave 3 software, when I update it, it like wiped out all my settings. Literally, because it's a mixing board basically. I haven't gotten around to fixing it yet, or getting it troubleshot. So right now I got everything working the way it is. So I contacted Elgato, I think it was a couple of days ago on Discord, and I said, this is the issue that I'm having. And I just put it in the general chat and said, is this a common thing? Is there a way that I can back up my, like, my setting for the Wavelength software so that if something does break, I can order it? I asked a few little questions like that because I go through the software and usually I don't find it, but I don't want to look like an idiot and say, I'm having this issue, and someone comes out and says, hey, you should have gone and done a backup of your profile. Why didn't you do that, right? So I'm a little bit clever when I go into troubleshooting forums. I'll ask, is there a profile backup, right? Usually I know that there probably isn't one, but I'll ask the question just in case there's something I overlooked, right? Because we all overlook. So it's a little bit better when you ask the question and say, oh yeah, dude, dude, yeah, I got you covered. You just go here and here and here, and that's how you back up your profile, dude, right? And it's like, okay, fantastic. I give you like 2 thumbs up. That's a more positive communication back and forth in this, right? Other than to say, dude, why didn't you back up your, right? So anyways, a little bit of humor of conversation with Discord. So I asked that, and then the staff came back to me and answered. They said, nope, this is not a known issue. No, we don't have an option for you to back up a profile. And they said, well, you should submit a support ticket. So I haven't done the support ticket thing yet. What I'm probably going to do is the next time I go ahead and I update this piece of software, I'm going to record it and upload the video to my channel as a private video, because you can do that with YouTube. And I'll just share the link with the with the ticket system, just to see what they think. That way I can show them, I can say, hey, look, this is how my setup looks, right? And I did my update. Look, everything is gone, right? And I'll be able to record the whole process to which I'm going through with the installation or the update, right? They can say, oh, well, you did it all wrong. You were supposed to do this. Instead, you did that, right? Makes it a little easier for tech support to answer my question. Right now, everything's working great, so nothing is broke. So I really can't submit a support ticket right now because there's nothing broke. Because I went in and I manually set everything back up. Software. So next time there's an update for it, I'll just simply, hit the record button. I'll see if there's a log file that I can submit. I'll get a log file probably before I run the update. And then I'll get another log file after. Then I will have a recorded video and I'll say, here, what's going on? Right? That will give the tech support team at Elgato a clear picture of what's going on, because they'll see every step I went through to do the update and installation. And they will have a before and after picture of a log file that they can review and dig their heads into to figure out if there's something conflicting on the computer. And I think that's what I'll probably do with regards to that issue. Guys, there, up a bit. Oh. Oh, that's usually how I usually submit work tickets. I have done tech support in the past myself. So after doing it for quite a while, trying to troubleshoot things and stuff for other people, and knowing the sort of things that I need to help someone with their troubleshooting too, I usually try to, get everything together in the right way. And it does help. Because if you can provide a clear picture of what's going on, visually, but also, through log files where things are happening in the background that you as a person can't, right? Because you only see what's visual. You can provide all that for the tech support technician. It will save them, 5 or 6 responses back, right? Usually try to have a nice, good package available when I submit tech support tickets. When I first doing tech support, I think in the early 2000s, I think a lot of people didn't really understand what to do with tech support, right? But over the years, eventually, people become smarter with technology. They understand what tech support usually wants, and I've seen that it, change and migrate. Early 2000s, computers weren't common in people's houses, so people just didn't know what to expect or what a tech wanted or the support representative wanted. But over time, especially for those people that spend hours and hours on the phone with tech support, people figure out, well, how's the best way to do this, right? But what do these guys need, right? So I don't have to spend hours on them. And then nowadays people do it through email, through chat. Some people do it through virtual reality. So many other ways of doing it. There's more tools too for people to fix things on their own now, right? I mean, half of the stuff that we got these days for, like the internet is a saving grace. Go on there and you can ask questions. AI is very helpful too. You got YouTube for YouTube videos where you can research things on your. I mean, back in the early 2000s, nobody had any of that. Everyone was like at the saving grace of that other guy on the other end of the phone, right? And some of these people had dial-up connections, right? Try to troubleshoot like internet connection with a dial-up modem. Oh golly. And I've done that. I've helped people over the phone with dial-up connection. One of the things I was really bad at in the beginning is I would be like, okay, we're going to Go ahead and test your internet connection. Let's go ahead and try connecting. And of course, I'm on the phone with them. So what happens as soon as they start dialing, the phone line gets disconnected, right? Like, darn. That happened to me quite a bit the first 6 months of my career doing kind of stuff over the phone. Well, yeah, or actually maybe even not that long. I usually caught on. Eventually, what I ended up doing is I would be like, um, I would go through every single step, right? Mind you, the disconnects were pretty good too, right? Because then you know which steps are more valuable than the ones that aren't valuable. Um, then whenever you figure out what worked at fixing certain issues, right? Then you just focus on the ones that are the most likely to fix the problem and you do them all, right? Get them all done. And then once you feel that you've taken care of all of the necessary steps, right? Then you can say, okay, well, we're going to test your internet, but I need your phone number. I'm going to call you back in about 5 minutes, right? We'll see if it works or not. And you just sort of learn these little things. Nowadays, nobody uses dial. Maybe there is some people that use dial-up somewhat, but I highly doubt it. Now it's like high-speed internet, right? Never get disconnected anymore, which is good. The only problem is now that people have a lot of digital phones, right? They use instead of using the old what is it? RJ40. What is that? I can't remember that jack first. A standard phone, but everybody for them. Nowadays, everyone has like it all through fiber optic. So depending how those phones are connected, if you're like trying to troubleshoot the internet and you're like, well, I need you to restart your router, right? Some of those routers from the internet service providers, including mine, they have phone jack. So if you unplug that, well, you lose your phone connection too, to a degree. My router has that functionality from my provider, but my phone doesn't go through that. It still goes through the old style approach. So there was a time even with that was disconnecting. But now everybody has a cell phone, so people usually will call in on their cell phone, whatever. So that's also another option too. I usually will do that. If I have an issue with the internet, I'll always call via cell phone. Because I know dollars for donuts, they're going to say, well, we need you to restart your routers. Like, okay. Let's restart the router. Overall, it's good work. I enjoy doing it. I wouldn't say every phone call I had went smoothly. I think for the most part, people enjoyed what I did for them over the phone. I think the most difficult problem, which really wasn't really my problem, is that sometimes I would take over a phone call or well, I won't say a phone call. I'll say take over an issue, right? Where someone else was working with the customer and it was just a bad experience, right? Um, and that's always hard. That that's always been a bit difficult, because you don't know how bad the experience was until they explain it to you, right? Um, and if it's really bad, you have to really reestablish trust and rapport, right? Depending on whatever the problem is. And I always found that was hard. Sometimes there would be like, I would spend probably like, there has been some phone calls where I was like waiting for 45 minutes to the customer discuss the issue that they were having. Hello, Farmer Taz. Welcome in. Good day. I'm just talking about some of my former work that I used to do. It used to be a support specialist or a tech support person. You know, you call them up and you need help explaining some of the stuff that I did in my previous employment. I was explaining the difficult calls. For me, there has been moments where I did make mistakes, but I would own up to it, right? And I would just try to make it right. Does it happen very often for me to do that when I was doing my work? Not very often. But sometimes then people make mistakes. I am human, not perfect. But like I said, I have had moments where I have taken over, you know, situations where people have had an issue with someone else from my company, right? I was working with. And they just had a very upsetting situation. Made them extremely upset and a lack of faith. And then they come to you. You didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything. So part of it is I usually will spend sometimes 45 minutes trying to reestablish trust and try to sort through things and then try to get fixed whatever the problem is. So I felt bad for the people because sometimes I've had people on the phone crying. Some people just extremely upset, like very belligerent upset. I think I felt very bad for the people in those situations with that amount of emotion, but I never tried to take it like personally, even though I'm receiving all of it. It's not necessarily that it's directed at me, how I put it in my, but yeah, I really felt bad for those. That was the hard part of it, trying to fix, things that were done that weren't really my fault. I was doing text. And I don't blame the customer. I don't blame them or whoever I'm talking to on the phone because it's not their fault. It's just the person before me that spoke with them and tried to help just didn't do a very good job. And they're like, crap, right? What are you supposed to do, right? Oh. But other than that, a lot of the times though, if I take the time and the patience to listen to the customer, and if I do spend the 45 minutes, listening, empathizing, everything like that, and I'm always really good at that. And then reestablish that trust, right? Um, and I would be honest with the customer, right? If I think when you get someone that's really upset, right? And if you know that you can't really fix it the way they want, I just tell them, look, this is just how it is, right? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you that I'm going to snap my fingers and bam, your photographs are coming back on your computer, right? I will just tell them right up front and say, look, I didn't do it myself. I didn't give you the instructions, but I'm going to be honest with you and tell you I don't think we can get those photographs back for you, but I can get your computer back up and running, whatever it is working. And I'll reestablish and say, look, just be dishonest with you because I don't want to give you false hope or anything. It's crazy. But usually I, garner a bit of respect from people by doing that. And then they realize, well, I'm only human, right? It's not my fault because I'm the one that gave the bad advice. And then I stick with them through the whole process to get the whole computer up. And usually at the end of the interaction, most that I've interacted with were happy with my support. But still very upset with the person before me that they but other than that, I've always enjoyed my job when I was doing that type of work. Fun. Especially if you make a difference, right? Like if you actually fix it, right? And sometimes there were some really gnarly stuff, right? That I've come across where I'm trying to get a piece of equipment to work at whatever, and especially, when it's very critical for that person to like. Okay. Talking. But yeah, it's been very rewarding. But not everybody is made to do that kind of work. And there's some people that, are in that industry, and I'm like, why are you in this industry? Why are you doing this? Right? Not to be rude or anything, but you come across some people that just really don't have the right, you know, um, personality for it. And you come across them. Everybody comes across people in the workplace. Like in any job, really, and you're like looking at your fellow coworker, right? You're looking at them. You're like, you really don't quite give a crap to be here, right? That's what you're. And you're like, God, man, why do I have to work with this person? Why is this person? Um, and there's a lot of them that I've come across uh, in many jobs. Like, good customer service, you should have the best, really, right? The people that are interested in helping, what you should have in customer service. They don't necessarily have to be overly technical. Some jobs usually they train you how to do it, right? But if you can be empathetic and you care about the people that you're working for or working with, right, the customer base, that's usually the core thing. The other thing is the willingness to learn, right? Those are the two key things, I think, when it comes to doing customer service or even tech support. Especially if the company you're working for is willing to train on whatever you're supporting. But if you don't like learning and you couldn't care less about customer support, and you're just there to catch. You got a horrible attitude, and you're just there for the paycheck. You probably don't want to be working there. Um, how do I lower this? Oh, there we go. Got the wrong device. There we go. Anyways, that's my rant on at least one of my jobs that I've done in the past. How are you doing, Farmer Taz? Having a great day? I think it's been a while since we spoke. This is a new map. I just started on this map, by the way. It's Manitoba, southwest Manitoba. Winchester area or something like that, I believe. It's a real life area. I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm having a great evening. The map, I'm loving it. It's my first go at it, so I'm doing poppies. So this is going to be a very promising map for me to do stuff on. And it's going to be fun. Most of what I've been doing today is by hand, meaning I'm just operating the equipment myself. And as I'm going around the field like 5 or 6 times here, I'm kind of like envisioning what I want to do, which has been fun. I got some great ideas of what I want to do. Try to improve the map a little bit, like to make it a little bit my own. I do have to buy a lot of equipment though. Like when you start on this map in new farmer mode, you get no equipment at all, like none whatsoever. So that's something to be aware of. You do get a farm, and you don't get a field, by the way. There is no field. All you get is just the farmyard, so you want to make sure you have enough money to buy a field and also to buy equipment, because there's none there. There is a silo, a house, a greenhouse. There is a cow pasture with cows in it. They look like beef cows, so it's like intended to sell beef, I think. So depending on your play style, you probably either would cheat money in, which is sort of what I did. I gave myself like 5 million, I guess, to start off with. Or just go with the base 1 million. With the base 1 million, you could probably buy some cheaper equipment to get started. Buying the field, it will probably be a little expensive, depending on where you get it. There are like a couple of $450,000 fields kicking around. So there's that. The other option is you just get into contracts. I actually haven't even seen the contracts on it. Shut this off. Okay, well, with contracting, you could probably make some money. But it will probably be a slow process. Like if you start from scratch, you got like no money at all, right? Like 100,000. Maybe you can buy some small equipment out of there or whatnot. but to buy a field, because you get no field, right? You probably would start, I think, if I didn't give myself my money any at the beginning, I would have just, like, the big ones, field 10, field 14, 29, 31, anything that's 100,000, 35, 13, and then just get to making money and just save it up. Then I refresh. And then after the larger ones are done, then I would go into like the 80s. Hopefully, maybe I finish up some of those more $100,000 ones will kick in. Um, would take a while. I did that in FS22 one time on PV Canyon Crossing. I literally started with just the woodlot farm, and I didn't cheat any money in, so I ended up doing contract. Sometimes it would take a while to get done. It's doable though. Get this done. But yeah, I thought I would jump on here, start this map. I still do have my Western Australia map going. I will be live streaming that on Thursday. Do that on Thursday. But I really wanted to do this one. One of my viewers is from Manitoba. We were talking about maps, I think, last Thursday while I was on Western Australia. And after the conversation during the live stream, it just got me to thinking, well, maybe I should start looking at Canadian maps. I thought about doing the Ontario Sudbury one. And then I thought, and I looked at it, the map's nice and everything. But I thought, well, you know what? I've driven through Manitoba, but I've never really experienced a lot of the countryside and that much really. So I thought, well, I will try a different map. There was Gunundantal, which is a good map. I've seen live streams for that, and then I saw this one. I haven't seen any real live streams on this map. So I thought, well, I'll go give KrazyKanuck, who's the map developer, at least some YouTube visibility. So I decided to jump on his map and give it a try. Here I am. Not to say that there isn't any videos out there. Maybe I'm just not good at finding. I don't know. But what the heck? Oh, and give this a whirl. It's not until you start playing the map that you gain an appreciation for it, right? And that's sort of what has happened here for the last, I don't know, almost 5 hours of the live stream so far. And it's like a different part of Canada, so. I'm very familiar with Ontario. I'm very familiar with British Columbia. I was born in Ontario, and I currently live in, well, British Columbia. But I don't spend much time in the Prairie provinces or any other parts of Canada. Usually I just, if I'm going to go somewhere, if I want to go visit family in Ontario, I just jump on a plane and you just fly right over it all, right? You're looking down and you see these little cars driving everywhere. Or you have a stop off in Calgary. So usually most of the time when I fly back east, like back to Ontario to visit, there's usually a stop off in a flight transfer, Calgary, Alberta. And you can look out the windows and stuff like that. But still, you're still inside the airport. And that there, Farmer Taz, is where my farm is. And that's pretty much all you get. Except for the silo. There was some Meridian silos, the ones you need to use the augers with. I decided to sell those and then I put that silo in. But everything else in that little square area there is all what you get. And there is like no tractors, no equipment. You have to buy it. There is a greenhouse. I don't have water in it yet. Get a water truck or something. Nina MHF, hello. You're visiting Calgary soon from the UK? Well, it's going to be very different, most likely. And very beautiful, too. Are you going during the summer or during winter? Or... If you're staying there for a while, you should, and I'm not sure if you're visiting family or what your plans are, but you should try to go to Banff as well. Visit Edmonton. There's the West Edmonton Ball, which is great. That's kind of like almost like a theme park in itself. There's a lot of museums. You can go to, what is it called there? There's a lot of museums for fossils and dinosaurs and stuff like that. There's a lot of cool stuff in Alberta. I think that's more up north though, but if you're staying there for, 2 weeks, flying out on Thursday for, okay. Is it to visit family or are you there on like exploration vacation? I was gonna say definitely, go to all of the places. There's a lot of stuff there. I shut this off. Over. But yeah, there's all sorts of things you can do in Calgary and Alberta. So much to see. And since you're going in the summer, right now it's summer, there's like farmers are out doing stuff. They're like fascinated with farm equipment. Visiting a friend? Okay, that's even better. That means you can go on like road trips, all sorts of things. There's so much stuff you're gonna see. I mean, it's gonna be crazy. Definitely go to Banff. That's British Columbia, well, the Alberta side of the Cascade Mountain. Go up there, spend a few days there. Then you'll get to see the mountain, and then you can go up to Edmonton. There's all sorts of museums, stuff like that, especially with dinosaurs too, because a lot of fossils that have been dug up. Then you're gonna be, yeah, there you go. Just if they say let's go here, let's go there, you just say yes, I'm going with you. There's so much you can see. It's gonna blow your mind. You could even dip into my province of British Columbia. That's where most of the mountains are. Right? You just have to get up early in the morning and then just, spend a few hours driving. You're in the mountains. Got that, and then you can go up to Edmonton, like I said. There's a lot to do up there. And with it being summer and stuff like that, right? You're probably going to see, like different types of festivals and community events, stuff like that. You may even see horse racing. I don't know. There's just so much. Yep, pretty much. Okay, where did I park the pump? But yeah, you'll have a blast when you go there. Depending on how energetic you are, you could technically, like I had a cousin literally go from Ontario, which is all the way to British Columbia within 2 days. And they basically, him and a friend split the driving. So, and that's a far distance from east. But you could literally make it to Whistler if you wanted to. Depending on how determined you and your friend are. Because if my cousin and his friend was able to make it like 6 provinces over, 5 provinces. Oh, yeah, 5 within 2 days by just doing non-stop driving. One sleeps during the day, one drives at night. That sort of thing. You're determined to do that, you could make it to the West Coast pretty easily with less time. Do that all the first week, and then your second week, maybe do a little bit for half, and then use the last end of the week just to kind of cool your jets. Right? It's always the jet lag stuff and all crap. But yeah, it's a very long trek. I've never been to the UK, but I'm guessing that there's a lot of buildings and a lot of structures and places all together. It is my guess. I could be wrong. But when you go to Alberta, I'll be honest with you, it's gonna be very flat. It's gonna be like this. A lot of what you see on my map right now, it's gonna be like this pretty much. Parts of it. Depending on where you go, right? So it's going to be very open and very unfamiliar or weird. You're probably going to feel a little weird. In a good way, right? You're gonna like, this doesn't make you're gonna try to figure out, well, how can this be, right? Sort of what's gonna go through your mind. It's very spacious. A lot of people say that Canada is very spacious. That's but you can. A lot of people say that they appreciate it. It's kind of a refreshing in a way, especially if if they live in a city all their life, or in a very congested area. A lot of people, well, this is very open and free. So, the shock value will be like trying to, actually conceptualize that, is this real or is this fake? I think is what is the best way. I think some people get confused. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense. I'm trying to use the best words that I can to describe how other people have explained things to me. Well, I just live here, right? It's natural. Exactly. The smile, that's all I can say. But I'm glad that you're making the journey here. I am hopeful that you'll. Don't really have to be hopeful. I'm pretty sure you're going to have a great time, an awesome time when you arrive in Calgary. Just remember, we don't drive on the same side of the road as you do. We are on the opposite. We drive on the opposite. Now I have in Chilliwack, where I live in a province next to Alberta, which is British Columbia. There are a few people that I believe have UK cars, and they just drive it. It's kind of weird because they are the design of the car is UK style, but they drive it the same as they would in North America. So when they drive, their side of the vehicle is right next to the side of the road. So their seat is on the side of the road. It's interesting when I see some folks that drive their automobiles, or those European or UK automobiles. Yeah, it's a little weird. And that's completely understandable. But like I was saying, there are people that actually have cars that you guys have, right? Because you got to have a certain car developed for the way the road is in your country, right? Same with the cars here. We got to have cars built for our roads, right? But there have been a few people that have imported cars that are, either an Australian design or a UK design. I don't know. And they drive the car the right way they should in North America, but it's weird looking at them because the position of their body is different. It's right up against the sidewalk, pretty much. And I'm like, man, that's got to be confusing, but they just fine. This is just practice, but say brave soul. It's interesting. I always watch because it's fast. Back up here. Forward. I'm going to take a look at my map and see how much of my boat again. See. I can. That's how much I got done so far. I only own field 26. I don't know what's in 24 or 25. 700,000. They're not 420. I think it's like a rice or it's cotton. Probably cotton. This is all great. I'm gonna visit. Oh, it's just a field. Guess this would be grass. I'm gonna run over to field 24. I think it's cotton. I could be wrong. What little cat? Oh, no. This does not look like cotton. This is rye. Ready to harvest too, so that's what rye looks like. All right. I'm gonna just back up and I'll just continue. Ram, yes. If I can get across this, I can try. Because my headlands are all done, I think. Good. All right. There. So what part of the UK are you from? Oh, and good morning to you. It's probably morning, isn't it? You're probably having your breakfast. It's probably, let me see here. It's 8:28 a.m. That's why I got my little clock digit thing there. So I'm the last one on the list there, Vancouver, CA. That's my time zone. I get all sorts of different people that come in from different parts of the world. But I always forget the time. So that's why I built a little widget there. So I don't have all the time zones represented. I just have the time zones of the people that usually say hello. And are commonly from different parts. I watched an interesting documentary, and this is UK based. The Heinz factory. Because beans on toast is a big thing in the UK. It's a delicacy, as I understand it, or I had learned. It's amazing the amount of work that they put into making baked beans. In Nottinghamshire. A cup of tea. There you go. Do you put anything on your porridge, or do you just like brown sugar? Or I put brown sugar on it. I sometimes have porridge. Times the time we get like flavored porridges, like in packages. You can get like maple, cinnamon, and brown sugar. There's a apple cinnamon, and there's a few other flavors you can get. Hello, Kiwi. Welcome in. Oh, just as it is. Okay. I usually get the flavored ones. If not, like if it's just like legitimate homemade porridge, like just the grains itself. And I have it at home. For sure, I just sprinkle cinnamon on it. But if I wanted a little bit more sweeter, I'll usually put like brown sugar and cinnamon. But for sure, there's always like cinnamon on it with milk, and then I mush it, stir it all together, and then I eat it. And the milk will usually cool it down, so it'll be like of a warm temperature. And what else? Okay. I do love tea. I mostly have coffee. So coffee. I'm just gonna take this back to the farm. I also have more tea during the winter months. I usually find temperature. I'm guessing, Nina, you're a sheep farmer? Or do you have neighbors that have sheep? Or maybe both? Yeah, I imagine they would want to stay cool. How hot is it in UK? We're not very hot here. You can see it's only 6 degrees Celsius, so. Oh, you're a sheep farmer? Oh, fantastic. Do you do shearing or milking, or, and if you do shearing, do you shear yourself or get someone else to shear it, or do you sell sheep? Can you milk sheep? Yeah. No, I don't think you can milk sheep. Thinking of goats. What I'm thinking. I know you can eat sheep. You can get wool. 30 degrees Celsius for about food. Yeah, we're not that warm here. At least not where I am. For 6 degrees Celsius. We did have a few warm days like last. Like we hit like about 28 degrees. But that was only for like 1 or 2. Nothing compared to probably what you're dealing with. But that'll probably change for me in June. Okay, so you can actually. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was like, no. Where I live, I have seen some sheep farms. Some, but it's not really common. And they're very small sheep farms. And they're not, because they're not common, they're usually hard to find. So some days when I'm driving around going for like a Sunday drive or what have you, I may find. And it's like if I go off the beaten trail of somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. I was like, oh wow, sheep farm. "17 degrees Celsius. You're warmer than me at the moment." Are you going to stay that warm throughout the winter? Because I think you said you usually stay fairly warm. There are a few dairy sheep flocks, but you okay. And you rear sheep for meat, sell them at market or at the right weight. Pay a young lad to come shear the sheep. Oh, okay. Have you ever eaten sheep before? Either of you? I've never eaten sheep. I've always wondered, like when I see like there are restaurants that sell it, right? And I've seen it. It almost looks like a pork chop. And I always wonder if it's like if it is like a pork chop. But I don't know. I don't know if it tastes like a pork chop. Does it taste like chicken? I had to say that. Or does it taste like beef? Or is it entirely something different? My curiosity has never garnered me to have the bravery to try sheep meat. Cold days are -5, low, going up to 10. So, because it's just the start of winter, it's probably going to take a bit of time to roll into the coldest day of the year. So that's going to probably be in June, because usually the longest day of the year for us is June. Like 22nd or 21st around. That's like what the summer solstice for us. So that would be your winter solstice. So you've got probably about 3 or 4 weeks before you get to the coldest day of your winter. Go forward. Lamb chops are the best. Has its own flavor. Okay. No, nothing like a pork. A unique flavor, very different from pork, chicken, and beef. A dark meat, very nice. Okay. So in other words, if I do try it, it's going to be a huge surprise. Do the majority of people that do try it, that try lamb chops, like it? Or are there some people that have said, what did I just eat? I've never really asked that question. And it's not really a conversation that usually gets brought up where I live anyways. So I don't know of many people that actually try lamb chops. So, always wondered. To wait for the southerly to come up from the Antarctic. Oh, that's like the big like cold front or low, I'm guessing. Yeah, we got something similar up here. We usually have like this like low mass that sits up around Greenland. And then if the winds are strong enough, it'll push that low down. I think is probably the same thing. Are vegetarians? Okay. We have like some Greek restaurants in Chilliwack where I live. And they do serve lamb skewers and lamb chops, I believe. I've always seen it on the menu, and then I'm like, I don't know what it tastes like. And I don't want my dinner to be horrible. So I think about it and think about it, and then I just don't bother trying it, right? So now I'm starting to reconsider. Maybe next time I go to one of these Greek restaurants, and I usually go there from time to time, I try it out. It's the only types of place that I can get like lamb served or whatever like that. There's usually a lot of steak houses and stuff like that, or chicken place. But it's very rare that you would actually find like a place that will serve lamb. And the only places that I usually find that serve lamb are like Greek cuisine places. And I enjoy going into great places sometimes. Oh, you're very welcome, Nina. And if I don't see you again, enjoy your time in Calgary. Like I said, you're going to have a blast. So much to explore, and I'm glad that you're going to visit a friend because you'll be able to see so much. It's going to be wonderful. And then when you're back, you can tell me all about it. Yeah, ours comes from the north, and then it kind of spins down. Um, Usually get a lot of it from sometimes from Alaska, a little bit from my side of the country. But the central part, like I think eastern part, central Canada, it'll come down from Greenland. Yep, cheerio. But I guess I'm gonna have to try lamb chop next time that I go. I think what I will do is that I might get a skewer because um I'll just a skewer is basically well a stick and they put like cubed meat on it. So usually what they do is they offer you like all of one type of meat, but you can ask for a mix. So you can get a mixed skewer that has like beef and chicken and lamb. So maybe what I might do is if I when I go to one of the restaurants, I'll just say, well, I'll get a mixed skewer of lamb and then chicken. Or if I'm not interested in chicken that day, maybe I'll go with just try it out. See, that would be more strategic. Because a lot of the times when I usually go to these places, I'm not sure if everyone else does this. Some people probably do, but they usually feed you pretty well. Like your plate is pretty full and stuff. So what I usually do is I don't eat anything all day. So I won't have breakfast and I won't have lunch. And so that is basically like my meal for the entire day. Whenever I try these meals at these great restaurants, right? Because there's just so much they put on the plate, everything like that. Um, so usually I'm a bit cautious of what I usually buy. Yet I don't really want to have my entire dinner fucked up, right? Because it's like you fasted all day for this one meal, right? It's like almost sacred, right? Is there a fence line? Or can I go through here? Yeah, I can go through here. Um, so that's usually why I'm usually cautious on trying things. So what I might do is I'll go with the skewers and ask for mixed meat. So like lamb chop and beef on it. Just give it a try. That way I don't ruin my meal. Not that to say that that's going to happen. Yeah, because they usually, when you buy a meal, they'll give you like a salad. Usually is a Caesar salad, and then they give you like some sort of like rice and potato medley kind of thing with it, which is quite a bit of that. And then you get your meat, and then they usually give you some sort of pasta or another side dish, and then you've got your uh some sort of like flatbread that they give you with most of the meal. And in some cases, they'll give you like a stir fry vegetables. So there's usually quite a bit of food. So I usually, when I go, I don't usually um, eat early in the day, I guess, or else I would end up having leftovers. Taking so I have to plan everything at the dump. I'm gonna go for probably another 10 minutes. Probably gonna call it a live stream. I didn't realize it was almost 1 a.m. Looks like I'm not gonna get this field done today. Think you will like it. I often have a leg of lamb Sunday roast. Okay. Well, I think I'll give it a try. I'm intrigued now. You're kind of sold me on it to make that next step beyond just looking at the writing on a menu. And then if I like it, maybe I might look at getting like lamb chops to, buy from a butcher and bring home. So we have like local butcher shops and stuff that sell lamb chops, and they probably sell lamb roast or whatever too. I could take the next step and have an entire meal or whatever, I guess, at home instead of out. I've always been that way. I've always been hesitant trying new things. Especially when it comes to food. I was like, well, I know this tastes good, but I don't know if that tastes good. Right? um, and the funny thing is, I try the new thing and I'm like, oh, dang. Then I regret and I say, well, I spent X amount of time not trying this, and I could have been enjoying it this whole time. Right? So that's probably what might end up happening. I'll try this lamb and I'll be like, dang, I spent like, I don't know, probably 30 years. I don't think I would probably be eating lamb as a baby or whatever. But so I would say probably 30 years without eating this wonderful food. Look what I missed out on. All right, so you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I get something that I grew up with, and then I just stick with it, right? And then anything new, I won't really try. That's just because it's food. That's a great thing. Why ruin a good thing? Or take a risk of ruining a good thing? So I'll probably try that sometime at some point, whenever I'm ambitious to go eat out, maybe. But it will be good to have something else to enjoy, because sometimes, you get a moment or two and you're like, oh, I don't really want that again, right? You get kind of tired of the same types of foods over and over again. Yeah, adding a new item to the plate. Apps. I got a big swath in here, probably. Yeah. So let's see how much so far. I'm up to 973,000. I might sell some of what I've already collected next live stream, how that goes. Maybe I can get another combine going? These things are pretty expensive. They cost, like, eat up a lot of money. I'll have to think about it. Okay, how are we doing for time? I got about 4 minutes. Kiwi, are you live streaming tonight, or is tonight your break night? Yeah, it's a huge field. So this one is 90 hectares. Oh, I don't think it's the largest. What's the largest on that? I think field 27 is. This is 123 hectares, field 27. 120 hectares. That's my neighbor. I don't know if I'm gonna be getting him anytime soon. If I buy this field, I'll have to have a fleet. I'll have to have a back on Wednesday night. Going well. Okay. Well, see who's live streaming. I don't know. Is Eric live streaming tonight? This morning? I guess it's morning. Yeah, Eric is live streaming. That's probably. He is doing some farm product and production and logging. If I can, I'm not sure if he accepts redirect. I'll try. I am enjoying this map. This is a keeper. Oh, he is. I better check my game. I'll set up the second redirect when I get on the next path. And then my Thursday live stream, which I think is your Friday, I'll be on Western Australia again. I think I'm planting. I just started on that map too. Do that, and then this map will be Sundays. So I'm gonna probably eventually I'll go back to PV Rivers. Just I'm tired of doing logging and productions and digging big holes. I'm a bit burnt out on all of that. So that's giving it a break. It it felt it got I got to the point I think on that map on the last live stream that I was on there. I was like, oh, this is so exhausting. I don't know. I said, well, maybe I should just take a break and switch maps though, so that I kind of enjoy what I'm trying to do. If that makes sense. So that's why I jumped here. It's different because I'm just doing farming and just enjoying and I'm having fun with the new experience. I'm gonna go to the end, bro. And then when I get back into, trying to, like, gosh, I want to do logging again and I want to dig holes, then I'll just jump back into doing some PV Rivers. That's what I know. Because I kind of made that map more of like a goal because I wanted to get right through it, but like, nope, get burnt out. Yeah, Whitcomb Park, I've caught some of your live streams. I like that. That's a good map to see for gameplay. And I thought about that. I'm not a big UK map player. I'm not. They're beautiful. The thing is that what I don't like about them is a lot of them that I've played in the past is that they're very narrow streets and there's very narrow places. And I like to use big machines. So that's why I never really played a lot of the UK map. But after watching a few of your live streams and a few other folks, I noticed that there's a lot more to it than that. There are actually some good fields on that map. It's open, it's not overly congested. So I think if I was to do a UK map, I think I probably would do that one. Because when I saw like Whitcomb Park, like some of the review videos and stuff like that, right away it's like, oh, it's another UK map. It's gonna be small and antiquated, right? But I don't know. I think that one is the best out of the bunch that I've. I think if I ever did touch a UK map, I'd probably that one. But like I said, my play style is I like a lot of open spaces like this, right? AI. Anyways, guys, it's 1 a.m. where I am. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me. The Manitoba Southwest Manitoba by KrazyKanuck, I think it is. Yeah. Um it's a fantastic Canadian map. So I'm enjoying it. I will be back on this map next Sunday or this particular day. Maybe it's Monday. where you live in the world. And then Thursday I'll be live streaming Thursday, Friday ish Western. Oh yeah. Yep. Thank you, Kiwi. And keep on farming. We'll catch you guys later. Bye.